Hello, gamers. Hello, gamers of the stream. Welcome. I'm here to actually play The Witness this time. I know you're thinking to yourself, hey, I got fooled last time into thinking we were going to play The Witness, and this time I'm here to make up for it. You deserve The Witness. Probably. I don't know. Maybe you deserve nothing. Hold on a second. I need to fix my audio again. I rebooted my computer, so obviously everything had to break. Okay, sorry. I was answering a question on Discord and realized, hey, wait a second, I'm live. I'm just sitting here not talking while I'm answering a question on Discord. My bad. I'm very good at streaming. Anyway, let's go ahead and play, and I'll start up this audio log I've got. Have y'all heard how good at streaming I am? I'm very talented. Anyway, here's this audio log I was sent. Wait, I can't hear it. Is it playing?
When we click the start streaming button.
Why can't I hear it? I hate restarting my stream. Every time I restart my stream, all my audio goes to absolute shit. Or every time I restart my computer, sorry. There we go. Now I can hear it.
When we click the start streaming button, we prepare to have a piece of our identity extended to tens, to hundreds, to thousands of other people. We prepare for a piece of our consciousness to accompany it, and for that consciousness to interact with that of those tens, those hundreds.
It really was an audio log. I was just doing a joke.
And we think of those people and their experiences as so fundamentally outside our own. And we think of those that we have labeled as special. We think of the moderators. We think of the VIPs. We think of the verified partners. We think of the raiders. We think of Bob McName. And we think of the influence that we've had on them throughout the years, and the new vocabulary we've imparted upon them. Bubzette. Firm belief. A-boss.
I love Bubzette.
And we consider why we have decided to live in this way. Why do we spend hours attempting to complete Pears and Grey Witch when the developer did not spend hours creating it? Why do we play La Mulana when we have already beaten La Mulana? And we think of Bubsy, and we no longer think of Bubsy. And we think of the opportunities available
Is this
to
going
us
to be
that we do
7
not
minutes
take.
long? I haven't looked at the
We
timestamp on
think
it.
of the speedrun.com pages that we have not yet conquered.
Oh my god.
We think of the Super Mario World ROM hacks that we have not played. We think of Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords, the RPG developed by Obsidian Entertainment and published by LucasArts, the sequel to the groundbreaking BioWare RPG, featuring a new companion influence system, a more complex plot, and a darker, more gray view
Can't
of morality.
believe I'm being advertised
We think of Monkey
to.
Island May. We no longer think of Monkey Island 4. And we think of the obscure games that we play. We think of losing 25 followers per hour playing Might and Magic. We think of that weird AI game with the Minecraft parody in it. We think of the replication crisis threatening the world's scientific progress. And then we remember that that's not remotely relevant to what I was just talking about. We remember all of this as our cursor hovers over the Start Streaming button. All the viewers, and the games,
So true.
and the characters,
Yep.
and the code, and the circuits, and the electricity, and the fundamental laws of physics. And we decide, I think I'm just going to take tonight off streaming.
Good call. Oh my god, Derek, that was so good. Holy shit. Derek, you're so funny. I don't know how you're so funny, but congratulations. We no longer think of Monkey Island 4. No, we do not. We have stopped thinking about Monkey Island 4. It's the joke that works twice. I don't know what to tell you. This one sucks. I think I need to avoid going that direction at all. I think I need to come back that way later. Maybe I start somewhere else. There we go. Oh. Oh, it's to be one of these, huh? Alright. Ugh. No, in the normal rando, you, you, it's just like the actual witness where you just have all your puzzle types. Archipelago has to, like, you have to be able to be sent things. So Archipelago adds the ability to be sent, like, puzzle types. So that's like an Archipelago specific thing. I have to get this one here, which means I need to wind my way this way, but I'm not sure what to do with the rest of these over here. I keep running into a situation where this one missing causes me pretty big problems. Does this work? No. This has to go left here, or else I'm in trouble. I guess that's something. Well, I mean, so I'm playing on expert rando, so all the puzzles are going to naturally be more challenging. Should I do this one right now? No, I won't. So I need to flip this one. How do I get out the bottom gate here? Problem is that if I go right here, there's only one path that goes into the left-hand side, so I can't get back out. So this means it has to be down here. Yeah, I'm also not seeing a solution here. It's not the case in Expert Rando that there's always a puzzle solve, either. But I feel like, there has to be one in this case, right? Because that one unlocks the gate to leave. Boop, 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 ba-doo, ba-doo, boop, 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 ba-doo. Boom! Oh, wait. This puzzle was modified. Huh. I like that. Anyway, I'm gonna do this puzzle now. Fuck. Fuck. Is this one also impossible, just to kind of, like, rub it in? Never mind, I lied. I lied, I'm just bad at puzzles. Yeah, I love to say that things are impossible in order to challenge myself. Yeah, I won't be doing this, actually. I was thinking to myself I wanted to do all the puzzles, but I don't want to do all the puzzles that badly, right? What's wrong? What's wrong with that? Oh, get off my nuts. What is wrong? What was not correct? I had a white and a black square in the same region? Unbelievable. Okay. I love the Witness Rando, but sometimes it is bad. Sometimes. Well, it's random. They can't all be winners. Let's try down here again. You know, maybe I was too quick to judge. It can't be this one. So logically it can't be this one because it would need to hit this dot here and this dot here. And the only way to reach both of those is to go both directions out of this circle. It can't be this one because there's no way to draw this line such that you're actually going to be able to subdivide the white and the black. Like I can't complete this in such a way that it's going to work. I don't think. I think you always end up with a hole. So it has to be starting from here. Okay. Okay. Stop! I mean, do I left all of them? Okay. We're back at it. Hmm. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, calm down. This is the only one that works here. I think all of them are at the incorrect parity to be a starting point. Likewise with this one. This one in this case. I'm not used to the door to this room having a puzzle on it. Drex. What's my favorite of the puzzle types? Shapers, probably? Hey, Drex? It's pretty good, Colin. We play the randomizer because it might upset J-Blow. That's the reason why we randomize. There's only one dot. I've just got to get to the dot. I've just got to get to the dot. I've just got to get to the dot. Cease and desist for that reporting. You're blaming me. That's fair. That's probably fair. I don't know how that's my fault, but I feel like there's got to be a way in which that's my fault. No, I can't find the exit. What were they thinking when they made this puzzle? Are you sure? Is there another one back here? Look, I don't want to go around throwing out blame, but I feel like that right there was Sigma's fault. It was. I blame Sigma. No, the base game doesn't do that because it's not designed by monsters. Well, okay, well, it's designed by, well, okay, well, can I start over? We're doing it! We're doing it! Ugh. This is a randomizer special right here. I think the puzzle should be mirrored. Mirrored like this? No, not like this. Oh my god, it's... Oh my god. Sickos. Sickos. mean, that's 3 there. That won't work. God damn it, that was it. But I clicked weirdly. Hey, Carrie. The nice thing is that symmetry doesn't really disrupt this kind. I can just transpose all the symbols from the top to the bottom, and it works exactly the same way. Okay, so that almost gets me there, and I think I see how to fix it. There we go. Okay. So it hits that one for a third one, so that's wrong. Um... Okay. The fuck, man? I'd love it if someone made a Kaizo witness. Because someone just made bespoke, awful puzzles, I would totally be into that. I would play them, for sure. Man, I'm... Woof. How do you get 3 on this one? I'm baffled. Okay. It means it has to go up and around, because I can't come at it from an angle, right? Unless I'm... Oh, am I just very stupid? The witness story. Oh, by going down one further, it doesn't end up doing the loop thing that I didn't want it to do. Oh my god, I'm so smart. I'm not that smart. Did I lose a bet? Feels like it sometimes, you know? Got it. Got it. Got it. How the fuck is that possible? Oh no. Oh no. This is one of those cursed ones. This is one of the cursed ones where it just goes ah! That's illegal. That was simply not aesthetic. I'll tell you that much. It starts off with the yellow line invisible by default. Ugh. Is that the wrong direction? I'm trying to visualize the contrasting figure in my head. Oh. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't work. But this doesn't work either. Am I not understanding which direction this mirrors? No, I'm right. I'm just thinking about it wrong. These ones in the middle I keep goofing on. Okay. I could not imagine that shape. Hmm. I'm having to envision the other half of this shape. Hold on. One, two, three. Yeah, that doesn't work. One, two. Down. One. Down, down. That doesn't work either, right? How does the symmetry of this shape help me? Is this a symmetry problem? So I've got this shape, and this shape, and I think they're going to go together. So like 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. Can I shift it to make it better? Like 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then it's almost a straight line across. That doesn't help me because I can't draw the box around that properly. It needs to be a symmetric shape because that's kind of the issue I'm running into here is I need a symmetric shape. 4, 2, and 5, that means the block has to be in the middle. So if I were to put that there, then the S here. Yeah, Expert Rando is a lot of this. It's a lot of, like, puzzles that you have to stare at for a very long time. Let's see, I have an odd width space. 11 blocks that I need to fit. It can't be... Can it be a symmetric problem? Maybe I'm underthinking this by imagining it can't be a symmetric problem. Because, like, this shape right here... is, I think, just about correct. It's almost right. It's in the... It's on the precipice of correctness. Yeah, shapers, you have to, like, this would be valid right here just for that 2 square at the bottom because the region containing it has the correct shape. But this is obviously wrong for all the others because the region containing them is not right, even if you account for the hidden block. Or the hidden line that you can't see. Which there is a hidden line. I'm running into it, see? Now you can rearrange the placement of the blocks if they're joined together. Like, for instance, if I wanted to combine this 5 with this 2, then this right here... Okay, well there's a line there I can't interact with. Cool. There's a line there I can't interact with. But you can kind of get the idea here, is that I could rearrange them if I wanted to. It could become a shape that's like this block on the bottom and this one on top, as long as it contains both of them. What's with the invisible lines? This region is based on symmetry, and part of the symmetry puzzles was having a line that became invisible, that you just had to, like, understand where it was because it was symmetric. These can't. If the shaper appears tilted means you're allowed to rotate it. But because it's axially aligned, it can't be rotated. This one, I'm not seeing the pattern. I'm not seeing how I would get that. Oh no, we're very rarely at Hint's point. Sometimes there'll come a point where I'll give up, and at that point, then I guess it's a free-for-all, but, until I get to the point of frustration where I just say, alright, go for it, then, right now I'd like to work on it on my own. I'm also not locked to this location. I can go try puzzles anywhere I want to. Might have to get another Red Bull in a second. Could play your audio log again. So that contains the correct shape for the top right block. This is just Sigma Expert, no Archipelago. Correct. I'd like to come back to this one. I think I'm going to put a pin in that one for right now. I think I would like to come back to it. For right now, I'd like to try some other types of puzzles. I always head to the Pottery Barn first, so I always end up doing symmetry right out the gate. And symmetry is not a bad type of puzzle, but Christ, can it bear down on you. Yeah, it would be nice to have something like that. You're right. Wowee. So here you can see that these two shapers were satisfied because the square went here and the L shape went here. There are plugins for OBS that allows you to draw like whiteboard mode on your own screen. The triangles are satisfied by having lines adjacent to them. So that's what the triangles do. So like this triangle is satisfied because it has 3 lines around it. This triangle is satisfied because it has 2 lines around it. Most of the courtyard is not randomized. At least one half of it. Let's run through that half real quick. Let's see. It's here, and then around, and then around, then up and around. Okay. Wrong. I could do the discarded panel. I don't remember. This is a custom symbol, if I'm not mistaken, from Sigma. I can't remember what the symbol means, though. So why is that correct? Is it because that arrow can mark through 2 separate points above it? Would that mean that anything... So this should be wrong? And this should be wrong? And this should be wrong? Sorry, this. But because this goes through 2 points... That's right. Which should also mean that this is also correct. Okay. Maybe. I'll have to find more discarded panels to learn what that puzzle is. Oh, it's over there. I can't get there. Never mind. I wonder if it's that Sigma implemented a new puzzle mechanic, or whether it was an unused puzzle mechanic that he just re-implemented. Okay, so there's no hidden line. There we go. Did it. Well, the suns don't care about anything other than color. It doesn't matter. All a starburst means is there needs to be exactly one thing of the same color as it. That's it. Any other explanation for that symbol's too complicated. The starburst literally just cares that there is exactly one thing of the matching color. That solution was too correct. Alright, how do I break this solution? Oh, this should work. Okay. I was making that more difficult. Why did this one work? Because every shape was satisfied except for this one, and the eraser just removes one symbol that's broken. That's all the eraser does, is it picks... You have to match it with one symbol that's incorrect. No, I think the expert mode adds in extra triangles because it's seen as an uncommon and poorly understood mechanic or something. Yeah, Eraser is shockingly difficult for me to wrap my brain around. There's just something about it that's like so specifically challenging. It does move some symbols around to places that they aren't usually found. This set is not always triangles. Triangles don't appear on any sets other than the discarded until you get to the mountain. Oh, I see what you're saying. I was underthinking that one. I thought that I didn't consider using the eraser for the 3. I'm so focused on satisfying the 3 as quickly as possible that I forget that I could just I could just match it with the eraser, man. Don't make it hard. Really? I finally got everything fixed and then that one's messed up. Man, come on. A 3 here is actually very difficult. I'm very much locked into what the end of this puzzle looks like. There we go. Yeah, it basically what you're seeing when I dial it in. So, like, this is me dialing in the solution. You'll see it flash red telling me this symbol's wrong, and then you'll see the eraser match with it. So when the eraser goes gray, it's matching with that symbol to basically erase it from existence. Because all the other symbols are satisfied correctly. It's the eraser that made it work. Eraser's a weird one. I feel like most people who have played The Witness feel like the eraser is very difficult to understand. Yeah, usually the symbol disappears, but I guess you don't usually match up eraser with triangle. I feel like this is how the puzzle ends, because every symbol on the right-hand side is satisfied. I just need to figure out how to involve the top left two in the solution. Okay, I think I see the solution. It's this, but I add this into it. I mean, it's also, I mean, I don't want to downplay it. If you figure out the solution before me, first off, pat yourself on the back. These are really hard puzzles. Figuring out any of them is brilliant. But, I mean, I think it also is just kind of random in the way that your brain will click with a puzzle sometimes. Sometimes you look at a puzzle and your brain has like 10 roads it needs to travel down, right? And one of those roads is going to lead you in the right direction. And if you drive down the right road the first time, then obviously you end up at the solution faster than I do. If I pick every wrong road, if I pick 9 bad roads in a row and finally land on the right one, like obviously it takes me longer to get there. So it's not that like me having to perform is making it harder for me, so to speak. I mean, there is some aspect of that, but more than that, it's that like you are watching one person do this, and if you beat me, well, I mean, on average, 50% of the time you're probably going to beat me. I don't think the triangles are all that hard, personally. I actually am inclined to agree with you. I think that as far as puzzle symbols in this game goes, triangles are pretty straightforward. They're at least... I think one of the reasons why they are pretty straightforward is because they don't interact meaningfully with other symbols, right? Like, you can solve them locally, and it doesn't really affect your solution through the rest of the puzzle for the most part. See, shapers I feel like I typically do pretty well with, but they're also nightmare puzzles. The puzzles I feel like I always get stumped by for the longest, that I don't think that I should, is actually the treehouse Starburst puzzles. I feel like Starburst is the one that takes me the longest, typically. Oh, that didn't like the two of those together. Are you living moss right now, kindest? I wish we were all living moss. Man, fuck Eraser. Eraser breaks my brain because, okay, here's what I hate about Eraser, is that usually I can, like, deduce the right answer by removing the solutions that lead to something that's wrong, but Eraser breaks that. I have to continue considering wrong solutions because the Eraser can fix them. I'm... You know how some people's brains are just made of oatmeal? Mine's made of oatmeal right now. Type 1 in chat if your brain is made of oatmeal. Word. Word. Hey, have your brain however you want it. None of my business. John Madden. John Madden. AU. 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 Christ, I hate the Eraser. I feel like just in general I'm too stupid for Eraser. What if I step back a little bit from it? What if I look at it from an angle? Do you think the solution will be more obvious to me if I look at it from an angle? Exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, question mark. Where is the eraser even matching up? It doesn't make sense. I'm starting to think that this puzzle was designed by a sicko. How about that? How does that suit you? Wait, that was it, right? That was... Yeah, I saw them. I saw them. It's so much easier when the eraser's matched with a puzzle that has only one obvious thing. Like, if you have an eraser with, like, 3 red starbursts, obviously you know where the eraser's going. This is so close to a correct solution here. Is this close enough that I can fix it? Can I fix it? Can we fix it? Yes, we can. Wait, hold on. There we go. Hey, pour one out if you figured that out 20 minutes faster than I did, okay? You earned it. I have an idea. Bring this in, bring this in. No, bringing the red stars in breaks the red stars, though. About this? The green block gets canceled here. No, the green block should have been canceled. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, beans. Okay, that's correct. Fuck. This feels close. This feels close. I just need to think about it for a second. So the green star is the only incorrect one in this one. So if I give him another green symbol, then we're good. So if I bring this in, now the top is satisfied. But now I don't have anything matching with the green star in the middle. Can I move where the eraser is? Or is this a question of portioning out the red blocks so that that's not an issue? Yeah, it does. I know the mechanics. I'm just kind of process of eliminating my way to a, or I'm iterating to a solution. But I get how they all work. I've played this game too many times. I need to get that eraser to where it can do more good. I want to reportion the end of this so that I have... Like, for instance, if these 5 symbols were together, they would be valid, right? Because I would have the green by itself broken. So do I want to work toward that? Okay, so if I had that line there, the top right is satisfied, so how do I make the rest of it satisfied with lines that don't intersect with those? I got too many symbols. This whole place is lousy with symbols. So that's only that green star now being wrong. So the obvious choice here is to just draw the line there. But for that to work, I need to redraw the boundaries for those 3 squares on the left. Does this do anything? Is that something? Oh, that was close though. That was you have to admit. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, okay. It's because the red square. Back to the fucking red starburst again. Okay, so this is like... Wait. Is that it? Is it just this? Man, I was staring at that solution so many times. Now you've made me think about it, Algie. Thank you. Thanks a lot. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. Starburst. So the eraser could match with a green starburst, but it doesn't necessarily have to. That's just... I felt very close to the right answer. It was all right, except for the blue block at the top is really kind of messing things up. Hmm. Then I think about the start streaming button. You know, for as much as playing The Witness and Archipelago is an exercise in hating myself, you really gotta hand it to him for adding a puzzle skip button. This is right? Boom. So like this, there's not enough blues to match with everything else. So this one, the eraser has to be going with the blues, right?
Never give up.
No, now wait a second. It's not the blues that are a problem here, it's the red starburst. Jesus Christ. The column puzzles are agony? Do you mean the columns at the end, right before the elevator? Don't make the elevator your goal. If you ever play Archipelago, hey, take a lesson from me, okay? Take a lesson from me. Don't make the elevator your goal. Do you want to do the puzzles where the screen is sliding around again? Would you like to do the puzzles where the snake has to tessellate? Do you want to do the ones with the broken screens and the colors are busted? Don't do those. Don't make your goal. The Archipelago lets you set your goal to just box short or box long. Don't go inside the mountain. Don't go inside the mountain. The mountain, it's a bad place. I've done quite a few Witness in Archipelago, and every single time I've gotten to the mountain, I've either hated my life and finished it out of spite, or I just forfeit because nobody wants to do the mountain. I barely want to do the mountain when the game isn't randomized. I definitely don't want to do the mountain when it is. I have the picture of what I want to do in my mind, but I'm unable to draw the lines. You won't do it. You don't have the lines for it. Wait, this is correct. Man. Sometimes I sit here and I struggle, and then suddenly I look at the screen, it's like, wait, I just drew the line. That was it. Oops, I got it. I got the puzzle right, so there was nothing for the eraser to erase. Okay, so there's three puzzle mechanics going on. Let me explain them. The first is the colored squares. Colored squares do not like other colored squares in their region. So the only rule is if you have a colored square in a region, you can't have a differently colored square in the region. Starbursts don't apply, the eraser doesn't apply, just focus on the colored squares. Colored squares hate other colored squares. Starbursts require there to be exactly one other thing of the same color. No more, no less. So if you see a starburst, there must be exactly one thing of the same color in that region. It could be anything. It could be shapers, it could be other starbursts, it could be colored squares, it could be whatever. It just has to have exactly one thing of the same color. The eraser takes one symbol that has not been satisfied and it cancels it out. So the eraser requires you to have one symbol wrong, and then the eraser has to match with it. All three of those things are happening at the same time in these puzzles. The eraser being down in the corner here is really just absolutely obliterating my brain. Why would you put the eraser so far from me, my friend? Is this correct? No, there are two symbols that are wrong. Both of the red starbursts are wrong. Both of the blue starbursts are wrong. Wait, the green starburst too? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, can erasers be colored? I feel like I may have seen colored erasers before. You know what would make this puzzle easier? You know what would make this puzzle easier for me?
What is divine in man is elusive and impalpable, and he is easily tempted to embody it in a concrete form, a church, a country, a social system, a leader, so that he may realize it with less effort and serve it with more profit. Yet, the attempt to externalize the kingdom of heaven in a temporal shape must end in disaster. It cannot be created by charters or constitutions, nor established by arms. Those who seek for it alone will reach it together, and those who seek it in company will perish by themselves. Hugh Kingsmill, 1944.
Whether 'tis nobler in the hearts of... Sorry. Man, Okay. Let's be methodical about this. I've got 3 green stars and 2 green blocks. I've got 4 red stars and 1 red block. And I've got 3 blue stars and 2 blue blocks. At an absolute minimum, this would require at least 2 regions. At minimum, this would require way more regions than that. My bad. You want me to pass the controller to you, Smartball? if you could hear the video from anywhere on the island, the very first thing I would do would be to start up the Radio Shack lecture and then go work on puzzles. You know what I mean? Well, the eraser means that you don't necessarily have to have as many regions as you think, but yeah, I get you. What is the Radio Shack lecture? I'm trying to remember what the whole lecture was on. I remember it. He talks for some period of time about him working at Radio Shack. It's about Easter eggs and hidden things. If someone can remember which vault that is, I'll go and solve the vault box to open it, and we'll watch that video. It's the challenge? Wait, really? That doesn't sound right. I've only done the challenge one time, and I've watched the video for the Radio Shack lecture more recently than that. was close. And now it's correct. Ew. Ew. Colored triangles? Oh, I didn't even realize that. Fucking erasers. Fucking erasers, man. God damn. Okay, this is everything satisfied except for the starbursts in the middle. They're matched with too many things. Man, this... Like, I keep making small iterations to fix one problem, and I add two. Every time. Every time. You're allowed to post links. Links have never been banned. Oh, I forgot that video was Brian Moriarty? Wait, holy shit, I forgot it was Brian Moriarty. I'm downloading it. We're gonna listen to it in the background while I work. Alright. Enjoy your Brian Moriarty.
How many of you here have personally witnessed a total eclipse of the sun? To stand one day in the shadow of the moon is one of my humble goals in life. The closest I ever came was over 30 years ago. On February 26, 1979, a solar eclipse passed directly over the city of Portland.
There you go.
I bought my bus tickets and found a place to stay. But in the end, I couldn't get the time off work. Well, anyone who lives in Portland can tell you that the chances of catching the sun in February are pretty slim. And sure enough, the skies over the city that day were completely overcast. I wouldn't have seen a thing. That work I couldn't get out of was my first job out of college. A sales clerk at an old Radio Shack store in beautiful downtown Worcester, Massachusetts. On my very first day behind the counter, a delivery truck pulled up to the front of the store. They carried in a big carton, upon which was printed the legend TRS-80. It was our floor sample of the world's first mass-market microcomputer. The TRS-80 Model 1 had a Z80 processor clocked at 1.7 MHz, 4,096 bytes of memory, and a 64-character black and white text display. The only storage was a cassette recorder. All this could be yours for the low, low price of $599. The store I was working in had seen better days. At one time, it had been near the center of a thriving commercial district. But like so many other New England cities, the advent of shopping malls had, by the early 70s, turned it into a ghost town.
If this is annoying you, just know that there's
solution
only
to this problem was decisive, to say the least.
55
The city's
minutes
elders
left of it.
apparently decided that if they couldn't beat them, they would join them. And so, several square blocks at the heart of the city were bulldozed into oblivion, destroying dozens of family businesses, including the site of a pharmacy once operated by my great-grandfather. In their place was erected a vast 3-level shopping complex with cinemas and a food court. When the dust settled, only a few forlorn blocks of the old Worcester remained standing. My Radio Shack store was in one of those blocks. Then, to add insult to injury, Radio Shack opened a brand new location inside the shopping center, less than 500 feet from my store. So now patrons had a choice between a clean, well-lighted establishment with uniformed security and acres of convenient parking, or a shadowy hole in a seedy old office building next to an adult movie theater. Consequently, I had plenty of time to fool around with the new computer. I taught myself basic programming. Then I learned Z80 assembly. Both, of course, so that I could write games. I also created self-running animated demos, which ran all night in the store window for the edification of the winos who peed in our doorway. Strangely enough, the few customers we had didn't seem to be interested in our new computer, even after the 16K memory upgrade. In fact, most of the people who set off the buzzer on their way through the front door weren't there to buy anything at all. They were there to exploit a free promotion, which was the bane of Radio Shack employees for over 40 years. The Battery of the Month Club. The idea of this promotion was simple. Customers got a little red card upon which was printed a square for each month. 12 times a year, the lucky sales clerk got to punch out a square and give the customer one brand new AAA, AA, C, D, or 9-volt battery. Of course, customers weren't allowed to choose just any grade of battery. At the time of my employment, Radio Shack offered 3 different levels of battery excellence. First were the alkalines, powerful, long-lasting, and expensive, hanging behind the counter
This is
like
pretty close to
prescription
a correct
medication
solution, too.
in gold-embossed blister packs. These were most certainly not available through the Battery of the Month Club. Next were the high-end lead batteries, sturdy, dependable batteries, moderately priced, and prominently displayed near the front of the store. These were also not available through the Battery of the Month Club. Finally, at the bottom of the barrel were the standard lead batteries. These were literally piled in barrels, cunningly located way at the back of the store, in a dark corner near the TV antennas. Remember TV antennas?
Can you believe this guy made Loom?
Customers who came in
Anyway,
looking
I
for the
digress.
free Battery of the Month had to walk the entire length of the premises, past the CB radios and stereo headphones and remote-controlled racing cars. Nothing would stop them. On the first day of every month, like clockwork, those customers came in waving their little red cards. I would look up from my programming and wave them to the back of the store. It didn't matter that the batteries were only worth 29 cents. It didn't matter that most of them were already half dead. They came, they grabbed. And as far as I can remember, not one of them ever paid for a damned thing. I was such a crappy salesman. I was young and foolish. I thought my education in game design was happening at the keyboard. I almost missed the lesson coming through the front door.
So true, Bestie.
Fortunately, I wasn't the only person fooling around with games on micros. All over the country, people like me were experimenting. Scott Adams was coding what would soon become the world's first commercial adventure game. Remember adventure games?
Remember Adventure
My
Games?
future employer, Infocom, was being founded, along with other legendary companies like Online Systems, Sirius, Personal Software, and SSI. Those were exciting times. Teenagers were making fortunes. Games were cheap and easy to build. The slate was clean. But in 1979, the biggest news in gaming had nothing to do with computers. On the morning of the autumn equinox, September 20th, a new children's picture book appeared in the stores of Great Britain. This picture book was rather peculiar. It consisted of 15 meticulously detailed color paintings, illustrating a slight, whimsical tale about a rabbit delivering a jewel to the moon. On the back jacket of the book was a color photograph of a real jewel, shaped like a running rabbit, 5 inches long, fashioned of 18-karat gold, suspended with ornaments and bells, together with a sun and moon of blue quartz.
The white...
According to the blurb underneath,
Oh.
this very jewel had been buried somewhere in England. Clues pointing to its location were
Oh, is he talking
concealed
about-
in the text and in the pictures
What's the name
of
of
the
this book? I own this book.
The treasure would belong to whoever found it first. The book was called Masquerade.
Masquerade!
It was
What a
created
good book!
by an
It's
eccentric
super
little
clever.
man with
What a
divergent
clever
eyes
idea.
and a talent for mischief named Kit Williams. Within days, the first printing was sold out, and the empire that never sleeps found itself in the grip of rabbit fever. Excited readers attacked the paintings with rulers, compasses, and protractors. Magazine articles and TV specials dissected the clues, floated theories, and followed with keen delight the reckless exploits of the fanatics. One obscure park, unfortunately known by the nickname Rabbit Hill, was so riddled with holes excavated by misguided treasure seekers that the authorities had to erect signs assuring the public that no gold rabbits were to be found there. Some hunters ended up seeking psychological counseling for their obsession. The craze leapt over the Atlantic Ocean and invaded America, France, Italy, and Germany. It sold over 1 million copies in a few months, a record unrivaled by any children's title until the advent of Harry Potter. Over 150,000 copies were sold in foreign translations, including 80,000 copies in Japanese, despite the fact that the puzzle was only solvable in English. It didn't matter that the masquerade jewel was only worth a few $1,000s. Many seekers spent far more than that in their months of exploration and travel. It was the thrill of the chase, the possibility of being the one. Treasure hunts, secret messages, and hidden things seem to exert an irresistible appeal. They're fun to look for and to talk about, and this fact of human psychology has been exploited in computer games since the earliest days. It finds expression in the hidden surprises we call Easter eggs. Atari's Stephen Wright is credited with coining this term in the first issue of Electronic Games magazine. The first Easter egg in a commercial computer game appeared in an early Atari 2600 cartridge called, simply enough, Adventure. By a sequence of unlikely movements and obscure manipulations, players could discover a secret room where the words "Created by Warren Robinette" appeared in flashing letters. Over the decades, Easter eggs and their evil twin, cheat codes, have become an industry within an industry. Entire magazines and websites are now devoted to their carefully orchestrated discovery and dissemination. They're part of our toolkit, our basic vocabulary, the language of computer game design. Computer gamers may have been the first to refer to hidden surprises as Easter eggs, but we certainly weren't the first to use them. Painters, composers, and artists of every discipline have been hiding stuff in their works for centuries. The recent advent of VCRs and Laserdisc players with freeze-frame capability exposed decades of secret Disney erotica. Thomas Kincaid, the self-appointed painter of light, amuses himself by hiding the letter N in his works. A number beside his signature indicates how many N's are hidden in each painting. Picasso, Dali, Raphael, Poussin, and dozens of other painters concealed all kinds of stuff in their paintings.
His editor's just
A
like,
favorite
please
trick
stop
was
hiding
hiding
N's
portraits
in your
of
work.
themselves, their families, friends, and fellow artists
Please
in
stop
crowd
putting
scenes.
N's in your work, man. It
El
sucks.
Greco loved dogs,
God,
but the Catholic
what a
Church
stupid...
forbid him from including any in his sacred paintings. So he hid them, usually within the outlines of celestial clouds. Composer Dmitri Shostakovich chafed under the political censorship imposed by the Soviet Ministry of Culture. His symphonies and chamber works are loaded with hidden signatures and subversive subtexts which, had they been recognized, would have sent him to Siberia. Mozart's opera, The Magic Flute, is filled
Siberia
with
with
musical allusions to the rituals of the Freemasons, the ancient secret society of which he and his mentor Haydn were members. But the most famous purveyor of Easter eggs is that champion of the late Baroque, the ultimate musical nerd, Johann Sebastian Bach. Bach was a student of gematria, the art of assigning numeric values to letters of the alphabet.
That's true.
A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3,
Thank you for
etc.
explaining numbers.
By comparing, sequencing, or otherwise manipulating these numbers, secret messages can be concealed. Bach took particular delight in the geometrical numbers 14 and 41. 14 is the sum of the initials of his last name, B equals 2, A equals 1, C
Hey, you still got
equals
43
3,
minutes
and
left of
H
this, Gren.
equals 8. 41 is the sum of his expanded initials, J.S. Bach. These two numbers show up over and over again in Bach's compositions. One of the better-known examples is his setting of the chorale Vor deinem Thron. The first line of the melody contains exactly 14 notes, and the entire melody, from start to finish, contains 41. Another of Bach's favorite games was the puzzle canon. A canon is a melody that sounds good when you play it on top of itself, a little bit out of sync. Frère Jacques and Row, Row, Row Your Boat are familiar examples of simple, two-voice canons. But a canon can employ any number of voices, and you don't have to play each voice the same way either. You can change the octave, transpose the key,
Some
invert
parts
the
of this
pitch,
audio log are
play it
charming.
backwards,
I enjoy
or
it.
any combination. Finding melodies that make good multi-voice canons is a fussy and difficult art, of which Bach was an undisputed master. Now, in a puzzle canon, the composer specifies the basic melody and the number of voices, but not the relationship of the voices. The student has to figure out the position and key of each voice, and whether to perform them inverted and/or backwards. Bach wrote quite a number of puzzle canons. The most famous, BWV 1076, is part of a fascinating story. One of Bach's students was a fellow by the name of Lorenz Misler, founder of the Society of Musical Science. This elite, invitation-only institution devoted itself to the study of Pythagorean philosophy and the union of music and mathematics. Its distinguished membership reads like a who's who of German composers, including Handel, Telemann, and eventually Mozart. Applicants for membership in the society were required to submit an oil portrait of themselves, along with a specimen of original music. With nerdly efficiency, Society member number 14 decided to combine these admission requirements into a single work. He sat for a portrait with Elias Haussmann, official artist at the court of Dresden. This portrait, which now hangs in the gallery of the town hall in Leipzig, is the only indisputably authentic image of Bach in existence. The Haussmann portrait shows Bach dressed in a formal coat with exactly 14 buttons. In his hand is a sheet of music paper, upon which is written a puzzle canon for 6 simultaneous voices. In 1974, a manuscript was discovered which proved that this canon was the 13th in a series of exactly 14 canons based on the ground theme of the famous Goldberg variations. As if these musical gymnastics weren't enough, Bach liked to hide messages in his compositions by assigning notes to the letters. His initials, B-A-C-H, correspond to the pitch sequence B-flat, A, C, and B natural in German letter notation. This theme makes its most memorable appearance in the last bars of his final composition, The Art of Fugue, published soon after his death in 1750. The word fugue comes from the Latin fuga, which means flight, as in running away. So the art of fugue is the art of flight, the art of taking a theme and running with it. Bach wrote hundreds of fugues, but none as sublime as this sequence of 14. In the last and most complicated fugue in the series, the first and second sections develop normally. This is followed by the B-A-C-H signature, and then suddenly, without any warning or structural justification, the fugue stops, dead in its tracks. One of the composer's 20 children, his son Carl Philipp Emanuel claimed that Bach died moments after those last few notes were written. This story is probably apocryphal. The Easter eggs in Bach's music are a pleasant obscurity, known chiefly to professors and students of Baroque music. But in March of 2002, when this lecture was first delivered, those Easter eggs were the talk of the entire classical music industry. Sitting near the top of the classical music charts that month was a compact disc on the ECM label called Morimer. It was performed by the Hilliard Choral Ensemble, together with a talented but, until then, little-known violinist, Christoph Poppen. The music on Morimer is based on a geometrical analysis of Bach's Partita in D minor for solo violin. This analysis, by German professor Helga Thon, assigns numeric values to the duration of notes, the number of bars, and the German letter notation of the partita. In doing so, she claims to have discovered the complete text of several liturgical ceremonies encoded in the notes. The CD presented these hidden texts superimposed over the original music. The result was strangely melancholy, dark, haunting, and very, very popular. Quite a few music critics attacked this disc. They didn't buy Professor Thon's analysis, dismissing it as a combination of numerology and canny marketing. Their caution was not without basis. Numerology is a slippery slope down which many a fine mind has slid to its doom. Allow me to offer an amusing anecdote from my own experience. Back in the early 90s, before the internet took off, one of the more popular online bulletin board systems was a service called Prodigy. I bought an account on Prodigy so I could join a fraternal interest group and gossip with fellow members around the country. One day, a stranger appeared on our bulletin board. Right away, I knew we were in trouble. This fellow, whose name was Gary, began spouting all kinds of apocalyptic nonsense about worldwide conspiracies, secret societies, and devil worship. At first, we tried to be polite. We questioned his sources, corrected his histories, logically refuted his claims, and tried to behave in a civilized manner.
And he just wasn't
Instead
having
of
it.
soothing him, our attention only made him worse. His conspiratorial warnings became urgent, approaching hysteria. He began to threaten people who disagreed with him. To coin a phrase, Gary went all uppercase. But his most urgent warnings weren't about the gays,
God, is that how
the
I'm going to start
Jews,
referring to
the
Bob
Rockefellers,
going
or
all
the Illuminati.
uppercase?
According to Gary, the greatest enemy of mankind was Santa Claus. Gary claimed to possess a secret numerical formula that proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Santa Claus was an avatar of the Antichrist. Intrigued, we pressed Gary to reveal his formula. In doing so, we walked right into his trap. We should have known he had a book to sell. I fell for it. I sent him the $15. Less than a week later, the book arrived. Above an ominous photograph of the Washington Monument was emblazoned the title, 666, The Final Warning. Inside this privately printed 494-page monster, Gary reveals a simple geometrical formula, which he claims was developed by the ancient Sumerians. This formula assigns successive products of 6 to each letter of the alphabet. A equals 6, B equals 12, C equals 18, etc. Imagine my dismay when I applied this ancient formula to the name Santa Claus and obtained the blasphemous sum of 666, the biblical number of the beast. I went on Prodigy and reported to the stunned members of our interest group that Gary was right after all. There could be no doubt that according to the unimpeachable wisdom of ancient Samaria, Santa Claus was the Antichrist. I then went on to point out several other names which, when submitted to Gary's formula, also produced the sum 666. names like St. James, New York, and New Mexico. Soon the bulletin board was filled with discoveries like computer, Boston tea, and most sinister of all, sing karaoke. Gary left us alone after that. I got my $15 worth. But Gary is hardly the first person to connect secret codes to the Bible. People have been looking for Easter eggs in the Bible for hundreds of years. The Hebrew mystical tradition of Kabbalah can be described as a geometriacal meditation on the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Old Testament. The advent of computers has made the application of numerology to the Bible fast and efficient. The latest spate of Bible searching was instigated by a book published in 1998 by Michael Drosnin, a former Wall Street Journal reporter. His book, The Bible Code, applied a skip cipher in which every nth character in a text is combined to form a message. By applying his skip cipher to the Hebrew text of the Old Testament, Drosnin claimed to have discovered predictions of World War II, the Holocaust, Hiroshima, the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin and both Kennedys, the moon landing, Watergate, the Oklahoma City bombing, the election of Bill Clinton, the death of Princess Di, and the comet that collided with Jupiter. He also found predictions of a giant earthquake in LA, a meteor hitting the Earth, and nuclear Armageddon, all scheduled to occur before the end of the last decade. The Bible Code spent many weeks on the bestseller lists, spawning several sequels and dozens of imitators. The Bible has certainly attracted its share of crackpots, but for the real hardcore egg hunters, nothing can rival the ingenuity, the tenacious scholarship, the stubborn zeal of those who seek the answer to the ultimate literary puzzle, a poisonous conundrum that has squandered fortunes, destroyed careers, and driven healthy, intelligent scholars to the brink of madness and beyond. Who wrote Shakespeare? The essays and books devoted to the Shakespeare authorship problem are sufficient to fill a large library. Several such libraries actually exist. Not even a day-long tutorial, much less an hour lecture, can begin to do justice to this complex, bizarre, and dangerously tantalizing story. Nevertheless, for the unacquainted, I will attempt to summarize the issue in a few paragraphs. The undisputed facts of Shakespeare's life and career could be scribbled on the back of a cocktail napkin. We know for a fact that a man named William Shakespeare was born in 1564 in or around the village of Stratford-upon-Avon. We know that he had a wife and at least 3 children. We know he bought property in Stratford, was involved in several lawsuits with his neighbors, and died there in 1616, aged 52.
Shakespeare
we also
wrote Shakespeare,
know that during those same years,
That's
a man with a
line.
last name similar to Shakespeare worked as an actor on the London stage, eventually becoming co-owner of some of the theaters there. We also know that about the same time, a number of most excellent poems and plays were published in London under the name Shakespeare. We do not know for a fact that the landowner in Stratford and the actor in London with a similar last name were one and the same man. We do not know for a fact that either man had anything to do with the poems and the plays. All we know is that those poems and plays have, in the 400 years since their composition, come to be regarded as a pinnacle of Western culture. The works attributed to Shakespeare appear to have been written by a man or woman who knew something about just about everything. They're filled with references to mythology and classic literature, games and sports, war and weapons of war, ships and sailing, the law and legal terminology, court etiquette, statesmanship, horticulture, music, astronomy, medicine, falconry, and, of course, theater. Therein lies the problem. How could a farmer's son of uncertain schooling, from a
Open a
mostly
book, Brian.
illiterate country village, a man of practically no account at all, wield such encyclopedic learning, with so much eloquence and wit, so much wisdom and human understanding? For the first 150 years, nobody questioned the traditional history of the bard. Then, in the late 18th century, Reverend James Wilmot, a distinguished scholar who lived just a few miles north of Stratford, decided
Brian
to write a
Moriarty was born
biography
before
of the
information
famous
was shared?
playwright. Dr. Wilmot believed that a man as well educated as Shakespeare must have owned a fairly extensive library, despite the fact that not a single book or manuscript is mentioned in his will. Over the years, he speculated, some of those books must have found their way into local collections. And so, the good Reverend Doctor scoured the British countryside, taking inventory of literally every bookshelf within 50 miles of Stratford.
I do not wish
Not
to
a
do colored
single
erasers
book
anymore.
from the library of William Shakespeare was discovered. Neither were there found any letters to, from, or about Shakespeare. Furthermore, no references to the folklore, local sayings, or distinctive dialect of the Stratford area could be found in any of Shakespeare's writings. After 4 years of painstaking research, Dr. Wilmot concluded, to his own dismay, that only one person contemporary with Shakespeare of Stratford had ever demonstrated the wide-ranging education and expressive talent needed to compose those poems and plays. That man was the multilingual author, philosopher, and statesman, inventor of the scientific method, chancellor to the courts of Queen Elizabeth and King James, Sir Francis Bacon. Dr. Wilmot never dared to publish his theory, but before he died, he confided it to a friend, James Cowell, who
said,
in
"Damn,
1805
that's the dumbest shit
repeated
I've ever
it to a
heard."
meeting of the Ipswich Philosophical Society. The members of the society were suitably outraged, and the scandalous matter was quickly forgotten. Then, in 1857, a lady from Stratford, Connecticut, published a book called The Philosophy of the Plays of Shakespeare Unfolded. In this book, Miss Delia Bacon, no relation to Francis, claimed that the works of Shakespeare were written by a secret cabal of British nobility, including Sir Walter Raleigh and Sir Philip Sidney, as well as Sir Francis Bacon. Delia Bacon's book electrified the world of letters. Battle lines were drawn between the
Well,
orthodox
it is a book.
Stratfordians
I would
and
hope
the
they had
heretical
some impact on the world of
Baconians.
letters.
Literary societies and scholarly journals were formed to debate
If I
the
invented a new
evidence.
calculator, I would hope it
Hundreds of
revolutionized the
pamphlets,
world of
newspaper
numbers, too.
articles, and essays were published defending each side and ridiculing the opposition with that self-aggrandizing viciousness peculiar to tenured academics. Armed with her explosive book,
Can't make that true.
Delia Bacon journeyed to Stratford-upon-Avon and, unbelievably, obtained official permission to open Shakespeare's grave. However, when the moment came to actually lift the stone, Delia's self-doubt precipitated a catastrophic nervous breakdown. She later died penniless in a madhouse. Around 1888,
Dog.
things began to get a bit out of hand. U.S. Congressman Ignatius Donnelly of Minnesota became interested in the Shakespeare controversy. One day, browsing through his facsimile copy of the First Folio of 1623, he noted that the word bacon appeared on page 53 of the Histories and also on page 53 of the Comedies. He also noted that Sir Francis Bacon had written extensively on the subject of cryptography. Donnelly began counting line and page numbers, adding and subtracting letters, drawing lines over sentences, circling words, and crossing them out. The result was a complex and virtually incomprehensible algorithm, which he claimed was invented by Bacon to hide secret messages inside the First Folio.
Literally the only
greatest
explanation.
Easter egg hunt in the history of Western civilization had begun. Here are just a couple of the sillier highlights. A doctor named Orville Owen of Detroit constructed a bizarre research tool he called the Wheel of Fortune. This wheel consisted of 2 giant wooden spools wrapped with a strip of canvas 2 feet wide and 1,000 feet long. Onto this canvas, he glued the separate pages of the complete works of Bacon, Shakespeare, Marlowe, Greene, Peele, and Spencer, together with Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. By cranking the spools back and forth, Dr. Owen could quickly zip across the pages in search of clues and cross-references. Employing a large team of secretaries and stenographers, Owen claimed to have uncovered a complete alternative history of Elizabethan England, as well as several entirely new Shakespeare plays and sonnets. Listen to this hidden verse, supposedly penned by the mighty bard himself, which inspired Dr. Owen to build his wheel of fortune. Take your knife and cut all our books asunder, and set the leaves on a great firm wheel, which rolls and rolls, and turning the fickle rolling wheel, throw your eyes upon Fortune, that goddess blind, that stands upon a spherical stone, that turning and inconstant rolls in restless variation. After publishing 5 thick volumes of this rubbish, Owen announced the discovery of an anagram, indicating that Bacon's original manuscripts were buried near Chepstow Castle on the River Wye. Owen spent the next 15 years and thousands of dollars excavating the bed of the river with boat crews and high explosives. He died before anything was found. A fellow named Arnsberg wrote an entire book based on the analysis of the significance of a suspicious crack in the tomb of Bacon's mother. A Ray of Sanity finally appeared in 1957. To those familiar with the science of cryptology, the name William Friedman needs little introduction. During World War II, Colonel Friedman was the head of the U.S. Army's Cryptoanalytic Bureau. He is credited with cracking the Japanese Empire's most sensitive cipher. After the war, the colonel decided to apply his expertise to the study of the Shakespeare ciphers. He interviewed several of the experts in the field and prepared a detailed scientific analysis, which he published under the title The Shakespeare Ciphers Examined. His conclusion? In a word, bunk. According to the standards of cryptologic science, not one of the hidden messages purportedly discovered in Shakespeare's works was plausible. The rules used to extract these messages from the texts were non-rigorous, wildly subjective, and unrepeatable by anyone except the original decipherer. The people involved were not being dishonest. They were channeling their preconceptions. They were trapped in a labyrinth of delusion, mining order from chaos. Anglers in a lake of darkness. Lear, Act 3, Scene 6.
Shut up.
You would think that Friedman's cold and ruthless exposure would be enough to silence the heretics once and for all. Not a chance. The books and TV specials and websites and conferences and doctoral dissertations keep right on coming. I should point out that the Shakespeare authorship issue is not only the preoccupation of cranks and weirdos. A substantial number of respected authors and Shakespeareans have expressed serious doubts about the traditional origin of the plays. The list includes Nathaniel Hawthorne, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Walt Whitman, Henry James, Sam Clemens, Sigmund Freud, Orson Welles, and Sir John Gielgud. Living skeptics include the artistic director of the New Globe Theatre, Mark Rylance, Michael York, Derek Jacobi, Kenneth Branagh, and even that most revered and scholarly of contemporary Shakespearean actors, Keanu Reeves. The current leading candidate for the authorship is Edward de Vere, the 17th Earl of Oxford, a theory first proposed in 1920 by an English schoolmaster with the unfortunate name J. Thomas Looney. What is it about Bach, the Bible, and the works of Shakespeare that inspires this intense scrutiny? Nobody's looking for acrostics in Chaucer or Keats. There are no hit CDs of the secret chorales of Wagner or Beethoven.
They do it with Dante.
For the answer, we need to recognize the unique roles which the Bible and Shakespeare have played in the development of Western culture. No other single work of literature has influenced modern English more than the translation of the Holy Bible published in 1611 under the auspices of King James I. The King James Bible exemplifies the meaning of the word classic. It has been called the noblest monument of English prose,
It's classic.
the
as
very
fuck.
greatest achievement of the English language. It has served as an inspiration for generations of poets, dramatists, musicians, politicians, and orators. Countless people have learned to read by repeating the phrases in this, the only book their family possessed. Our constitutions and our laws have been profoundly shaped by its cadences and imagery. But even the glory of the King James Bible, compiled by a committee of 46 editors over the course of a decade, pales before the dazzling legacy of the Swan of Avon. The lowest estimate of Shakespeare's working vocabulary is 15,000 words, more than 3 times that of the King James Bible, and twice the size of his nearest competitor, John Milton. His poems and plays were written without the aid of a dictionary or a thesaurus. They didn't
Wow.
exist yet. It was all in his head. When Shakespeare had a thought for which Elizabethan English had no word, he invented one. The Oxford English Dictionary lists hundreds of everyday words and phrases which made their first appearance in the pages of the Bard. Addiction, alligator, assassination, bedroom, critic, dawn, design, dialogue, employer, film, glow, gloomy, gossip, hint, hurry, investment, lonely, luggage, manager, switch, torture, transcendence, wormhole, zany. Hamlet alone contains nearly 40 of these
Internet.
neologisms. Who today would have this audacity, this giddy exuberance of invention? Only one other English author even approaches Shakespeare's facility for coining new words: Sir Francis Bacon. In the modern era, the record holder is Charles Dodgson, better known as Lewis Carroll, who, interestingly, also happens to be the second most quoted author in English, after Shakespeare. Everyone has
idiot.
been profoundly molded by the influences of the King James Bible and Shakespeare. Like it or not, all of us peer at the world through the lenses of these great works.
Oh, more. Good.
They are the primary source documents of modern English thought, the style guides of our minds.
I love style guides.
Contemplating these dazzling jewels of wisdom and eloquence gives rise to an extraordinary feeling, a potent, rare, and precious emotion with the potential to completely upset your life. An emotion powerful enough to make a man abandon his wife and children, forfeit career and reputation, lay down his possessions, and follow his heart without questioning. That sweet, sweet fusion of wonder and fear, irresistible attraction, and soul-numbing dread known as awe. Awe is the grail of artistic achievement. No other human emotion possesses such raw, transformative power, and none is more difficult to evoke. Few and far between are the works of man that qualify as truly awesome. It is awe that convinces a rabbi to spend a lifetime decoding Yahweh from the Pentateuch. Awe that sends millions of visitors each year to the pyramids of Giza, Guadalupe, and Mecca. It was awe that drove poor Delia Bacon to her doom. Now, please don't
I know you
come
feel
away
right
from
now
this
like this is
lecture
probably
thinking that
ending,
the
but just
key
be
to
aware
awesome
there's still
game
15 minutes
design
left.
is the installation of Easter eggs. Ordinary games with their contrived Easter eggs and cheat codes are like the Battery of the Month Club. You have to trudge down to the back of the store to get what you really came for.
Y'all remember the Battery of the Month
If
Club?
superpower is what people really want, why not just give it to them? Is our imagination so impoverished that we have to resort to marketing gimmicks to keep players interested in our games? Awesome things don't hold anything back. Awesome things are rich and generous. The treasure is right there. One afternoon, I was sitting alone behind the counter at that old Radio Shack store. My boss had stepped out for some reason. An elderly woman walked through the front door. Like most of our customers, she was shabbily dressed, probably on a fixed income. I assumed she was there for her free battery, but instead, she placed a portable radio on the counter. This little radio came from the days when they boasted about the number of transistors inside on the case. It was completely wrapped in dirty white medical tape. The woman looked at me and asked, "Can you fix this?" Slowly, I unwrapped the medical tape, peeling away the layers until the back cover of the radio fell off, accompanied by a cloud of red dust. The interior of the radio was half eaten away by battery leakage and corrosion. I looked at the radio. I looked at the old woman. I looked back at the radio. I reached behind me, where the expensive alkaline batteries were hanging like prescription medication, and removed a gleaming 9-volt cell from its gold blister pack. Then I pulled a brand new transistor radio from a box, installed the alkaline, and helped the lady find her favorite station. No money changed hands.
What a hero.
She left the store without saying a word.
What a hero.
Awesome things are kind of like that.
And then everyone applauded.
Bach offered his students very specific insight into the source of awe. In addition to BACH, 2 other sets of initials are also associated with Bach's music. These initials are not hidden in the notes. Instead, they're scrawled right across the top of the manuscript for the whole world to see. The initials are SDG and JJ. SDG stands for the Latin phrase Sole Deo Gloria, to the glory of God alone. JJ stands for Jesu Juva, help me, Jesus. Bach wrote all of his great
Juva.
masterpieces sub specie
Jesu.
eternitatis,
Jesu.
under the aspect
Just wanna...
of eternity.
Jesu.
He did not compose only to please his sponsors or to win the approval of an audience.
Jesu.
His work was his worship.
Jesu. He worshipped
Bach
Jesu.
once wrote, "Music should have no other end and aim than the glory of God and the recreation of the soul. Where this is not kept in mind, there is no true music, but only an infernal clamor and ranting." the name of the power that moves you is not important. What is important is that you are moved. Awe is the foundation of religion. No other motivation can free you from the limits of personal achievement. Nothing else can teach you the art of flight. Computer games are barely 40 years old. Only a few words in our basic vocabulary have been established. A whole dictionary is waiting to be coined. The slate is clean. Someday soon, perhaps even in our lifetime, a game design will appear that will flash across our culture like lightning. It will be easy to recognize. It will be generous, giddy with exuberant inventiveness. Scholars will pick it apart for decades, perhaps centuries. It will be something wonderful, something terrifying, something awful.
Awful.
A few years ago, I was invited to speak at a conference in London. My wife joined me, and we took a day off for some sightseeing. We decided to visit England's second biggest tourist attraction, Stratford-upon-Avon. It was cold and rainy when our train arrived. Luckily, most of the attractions are just a short walk from the station. We visited Shakespeare's birthplace, a charming old house along the main street, which attracts millions of pilgrims every year, despite the complete lack of any evidence that Shakespeare was born there or even lived anywhere near it. We went past the school
people
where
are mad
Shakespeare
stupid.
learned to read and write, although no documents exist to prove his attendance. We visited Anne Hathaway's cottage, the rustic country farm where his wife spent her childhood, although no record shows
love her
anyone
in The
by that
Princess
name
Diaries.
ever having lived there. Finally, we came to the one location undeniably associated with Shakespeare, Trinity Parish Church, on the banks of the River Avon, where a man by that name is buried. This beautiful church is approached by a long walkway between rows of ancient gravestones, shaded by tall trees. The entrance door is surprisingly tiny. No cameras are allowed inside. The interior is dark and quiet. Despite the presence of busloads of tourists, the atmosphere is hushed and respectful. A few people are seated in the pews, deep in prayer. An aisle leads up the center of the church. The left side of the altar is brightly illuminated. On the wall above is a famous bust of the bard, quill in hand, gazing serenely at the crowd of pilgrims. On the floor beneath, surrounded by bouquets of flowers, at the very spot where Delia Bacon lost her mind, the gravestone of William Shakespeare bears this dire warning. Good friend, for Jesus' sake, forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man who spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones. Every year, 3 million pilgrims arrive from every nation on earth to approach this stone and consider the likeness of a man whose body of work can only be described as awesome. By contrast, the right side of the altar is dark and featureless. Nobody of any consequence is buried there. The only point of interest is a wooden case of simple design, carved of dark oak. Inside the case, sealed beneath a thick sheet of glass, lies a large
When I
open
die,
book.
I want my gravestone to
A
say,
plaque on the case
"Don't mess with
identifies
this, or I'll
book
haunt the shit
as
out
a
of you."
first edition of the King James Bible, published in 1611, when Shakespeare was 46. Not many pilgrims visit this side of the altar.
Yo, what's up, Bebrix?
Most of those that do simply glance at the book, read the plaque, and move along. A few, more observant, note that the Bible happens to be opened to a page in the Old Testament, the book of Psalms, chapter 46. No explanation is given for this particular choice of pages. For the initiated, none is necessary. If you are of inquisitive bent, if you are intrigued by English history and literature, if you value your peace of mind,
Still
cover
going with
your
Bible
ears.
games? No. No, it might feel like it, though. This,
In the year 1900, a scholar noticed something about the King James translation of Psalm 46. Something terrifying. Something wonderful. The 46th word from the beginning of Psalm 46 is shake. The 46th word from the end is spear. There are only two possibilities here. Either this is the finest coincidence ever recorded in the history of world literature, or it is not. The
Okay,
Earth
I'm sorry, I didn't
revolves
see that one
around
coming.
only one sun, and has only one moon. The moon happens to be 400 times smaller than the sun. The sun happens to be 400
That was way
times
funnier than I
farther
expected.
away. And the apparent paths of the moon and sun in our sky happen to intersect exactly twice every month. Which means that every now and then, at long yet precisely predictable intervals, the lunar disk slips across the face of the sun and just barely conceals it for a few wonderful, terrible minutes. A fine coincidence, no?
Yeah, this still has about 40 minutes left,
In
so
June of
just enjoy.
1977, a little man with divergent eyes and a talent for mischief ascended a hilltop in the British village of Ampthill. At the summit of this hill is a tall, slender cross, a memorial to Catherine of Aragon, the first wife of Henry VIII. The sun, high in the south, cast the shadow of the cross upon the grassy hillside. At exactly 12 noon, the man removed from his pocket a bar magnet. He turned the magnet so its north pole was facing south and buried it under the shadow of the cross. 2 years later, a few hours before the publication of his first book, the man returned to that hillside, this time in the dead of night. He used a compass to locate the magnet he had buried. In that same place, he dug a hole in the ground and placed inside a ceramic container inscribed with the following words: "I am the keeper of the jewel of masquerade, which lies waiting safe inside me for you or eternity."
Yeah, that was it. No, I don't think it's believed that the audio packs can be replaced, at least not easily. Yeah, I got you, Grimsy. Sorry, that bit will never not be funny to me. You know what I mean? Like, it will never not be funny to me. Someone asking me to start over, and then you just do. Ironosh, the audio files are like baked into the executable, from what I understand. Like Sigma, who made the randomizer, who knows it better than I do, has said that it's not likely, or it's not, it would be complicated. Thank you, Grimsy. Thank you for the easy layup. I really appreciate it. I can't go south. I can't go west. He said yesterday he was trying to replace, something else. What was it? I mean, swapping them would be one thing, but, yeah, it was something else audio related. Oh, the sound puzzles, the chirps. I have played a Metal Gear, not on stream, but I've played a Metal Gear before. So now I can go south. And the puzzle is solvable. Yeah, okay, that works. I cannot go south. Don't even think about it. Hey, there's a rock in the way, buddy. So what if I did, like, this shape? That would get the 1 and the 1 here, and it would cordon this off. Then I could go up from here and box in the 3. Let's try that. Let's see where that gets us. You can't go right there! Unbelievable. Unbelievable! Then Upright, upright. So I want to box in that one now. Right, upright. There's no line here!
I boasted among men that I had known you. They see your pictures in all works of mine. They come and ask me, who is he? I know not how to answer them. I say, indeed, I cannot tell. They blame me, and they go away in scorn. And you sit there, smiling.
That is almost
I
correct.
put my tales of you into lasting songs. The secret gushes out from my heart. They come and ask me, tell me all your meanings. I know not how to answer them. I say, who knows what they mean? They smile and go away in utter scorn. And you sit there smiling. Rabindranath Tagore, 1910.
What is that from? That has to be from something. Context free, that means nothing. Those were empty words. Those were words devoid of meaning.
I boasted among men that I had known you. They see your pictures in all works of mine. They come and ask me, who is he? I know not how to answer them. I say, indeed, I cannot tell. They blame me, and they go away in scorn. And you sit there, smiling. I put my tales of you into lasting songs. The secret gushes out from my heart. They come and ask me, tell me all your meanings. I know not how to answer them. I say, who knows what they mean? They smile and go away in utter scorn. And you sit there smiling. Rabindranath Tagore, 1910.
This has to be aimed this direction. It's the only direction that makes sense. Every other direction fails to work for line drawing. So let me enter that and then build around it. And in fact, because the line is going down here, I know the next step too. That means this one has to be filled in. And this one has to be filled in. You gotta fill them in. So how do I build around this? They say, tell me all your meanings. I say, who knows what they mean? This quote is totally devoid of context and serves only to inflate Jonathan Blow's ego. They laugh at me, and they go away in utter scorn. Okay, so if this is the line down, this one could not be connected to this one. Otherwise, I've got too many yellows in here, which means that these two have to be connected and separated. So that means that the line has to be here. It's this one right here that's causing me a lot of trouble. If it weren't for that one, I could just zoop, come around, and then, through here, and I'd be done. But this one right here is causing me strife. What's going on with the... Hey, little one right here. What are you up to? you up to? What you got going on? Oh, I see it now. Oh, I see it now. Oh! I'm a big doofus. That one's broken. That one's blocked. So I can press this. So it's not blocked. And does that one work too? It does, okay. Okay, I'm inclined to think that the solution starts like this. I don't have anything... I don't have any rationale for this except for my instincts, which are always correct and have never served me wrong. Now what? Yeah, that works. Then I just zoop and into the door. Right? Right? Oh no, I can't just zoop. Oh no, I did it wrong! Piss. Wait, this is wrong too. You know, these puzzles are way easier when you don't have to step on the tiles to solve them. Just saying. My favorite mode of entry is just, you know, the normal way. Did I enter this wrong? You goofball. Did I do it wrong again? Ah, beans. Alright, this time is for real though. This time is the real one. Okay, I need to get to the other side of this. You mind just scooting out? Just scooching out of the way a little bit? Just scooch. No, I didn't mean to hit that. I have a theory, though. A game theory.
If a man, holding a belief which he was taught in childhood or persuaded of afterwards, keeps down and pushes away any doubts which arise about it in his mind, purposely avoids the reading of books and the company of men that call into question or discuss it, and regards as impious those questions which cannot easily be asked without disturbing it, the life of that man is one long sin against mankind. But, says one, I am a busy man. I have no time for the long course of study which would be necessary to make me in any degree a competent judge of certain questions, or
I need to
even
solve
able
this one.
understand the nature of the arguments. Then he should have no time to believe. William K. Clifford, 1874.
Yep, that solves it. Oh, but that solution does not step on this tile, and my solution must step on this tile, right? Well, that's mean. I had a solution that didn't step on that tile. Oh, but... Right, I forgot. I can do this. Now I don't have to step on that tile. I'm the smartest man alive. I hope that when I say that I'm the smartest man alive, that you all do not feel intimidated by me. I'm just like you. Every morning I wake up and I solve 10 Sudoku puzzles. Just like you do. Okay, y'all want to see the secret trick? Are you ready? Are you ready for my secret trick? We're actually going to solve this puzzle, wait for it, from both directions. Now wait here. I'll be back. When I come in from the other side. Got it. Time to solve it from the other Were you even ready for this? You act like you were ready, but you weren't ready for this solution. We pick it up from here. Boom. Boom. How you like them apples? How you like them apples?
If a man, holding a belief which he was taught in childhood or persuaded of afterwards, keeps down and pushes away any doubts which arise about it in his mind,
This is too much.
purposely avoids the reading of books and the company of men that call into question or discuss it, and regards as impious those questions which cannot easily be asked without disturbing it, the life of that man is one long sin against mankind. But, says
But
I am a busy man. I have no time for the long course of study which would be necessary to make me in any degree a competent judge of certain questions, or even able to understand the nature of the arguments. Then he should have no time to believe. William K. Clifford, 1874.
then he is simply not a genius. Some of these quotes feel like if a person today were to say the quote, I would expect to be linked to a payment funnel afterwards for like three installments of $49.99. You know what I mean? So this is one of the mirror puzzles, right? Unless it like undid that. Or is it just invisible? Read more on my Substack. It's symmetry in the main game, but not here. I thought in Randomizer it was still a symmetry puzzle. Unless Expert turns it off. I figure it wouldn't be an invisible symmetry puzzle at least, like... Yeah, welcome to Symbol Hell. So where's my starting place then, even? Well, that can't be correct. Unless it secretly is symmetry. Do the symbols flash on here? Did I just get there too slow? I want to see them flash just to prove to me. They don't seem to flash. Because if there were another line going through here, boom, boom, then this would be fully satisfied except for this triangle, right? But I can solve it that way. Without the symmetry by just drawing the line myself from the end. I can make it symmetry. Sorta. I made it symmetry, sorta. We have a lot of fun here. Unfortunately, the keep laser puzzle is the worst. This is the worst. Look at this. Look at this dog shit puzzle. Look at this puzzle. Look at this puzzle for fuckers. Guess we're using, yeah, this would be a puzzle skip for sure. That's a no-brainer. Hey, do this puzzle. Hey, no. You literally can't make me. How badly do I want this? Do I need a laser? Yeah, I guess I could use a laser. Fine. Fine. Okay, so we're gonna exit up here. Like we're going this way. So I can actually work backwards if I wanted to, maybe? Man, I'm having such a hard time making sense of this even. Like knowing where to start sucks. Just, like, yeah, okay, I start here, but, okay, now what? Now what, smarty? That does not contain all the tiles in question. Hold on, I'm trying to do some tile math in my head real quick. So I need to lose 2 tiles. Three and over. Yeah, that works. So the ones are satisfied, the black star is satisfied, the other black star is satisfied, the yellow star is satisfied, the white square is matched with the white square, that's fine. And the shapers are satisfied. Okay, I think that's correct. Alright, moving on to the next one. Do not want to combine the star with everything. That's going to cause me problems. I'm going to do something more like this. That can't be right. So maybe something more like this. I don't have any more shapers though to combine with this, so I can't like make the shape make more sense. I'm really limited on what I can do with it. It's kind of like this makes the most sense for it. But that's the one consumed. I don't want to use the one that way. So I think then it becomes this. This works. And then this works. And I'm out of here? I'm sick with it? I'm nice? I'm nice? Yeah. Okay. Alright, moving on to the next one. So something like this. And then this. And that. Okay. Okay. I need to cut this off as quickly as I can. Does this have a space? Is that blue with a space in the middle of it? Why would you do this? That's not right, but I'm just trying to work it out in my head real quick. A line needs to go over there on the right. Something has to hit this. I can't go down. I need to cut this off immediately, otherwise I'm going to get more colors in here than I need. How would that even be right? Is the shape like this, actually? I'm pretty sure these two white stars need to stay together. Which means it's something like this, but I don't understand how. That's gotta be a gap. Maybe it's not. Oh no. Okay, this last one's kicked my ass. Feel like I'm close to the right answer here, but I don't see the last little bit. Hmm. I mean, this is the shape we're suggesting it might be. What is going on in this box of the puzzle? I cannot see a solution at all. Why would you put arguably the hardest puzzle of this area right at the end? That doesn't make any sense. Wait, no, that makes total sense. Yeah, the white starbursts have proven very challenging. It just means it has to be matched with something of the same color. So the two white starbursts either need to be together or they need to either be together inside or outside the shape. You're actually asking because the yellow starbursts. Which yellow starburst are you taking issue with? I feel like if I match the yellows with the triangles, I would get something very difficult to work with. So this has to go straight across to make that shape, which means when I come back, I have to go under here so that I can hit the second line there. I have to go under here to hit the second line there. And so now I've got these yellow starbursts that I need to separate from the two triangles to make it not match the yellow starbursts. I feel good about my progress up to here. But I'm still obviously missing something about this last box. Oh, I love lemon. Yellow starbursts are the best flavor. Orange is the worst. The two reds are arbitrary for me. They could go either way. It looks like two blue squares, and I see a gap in between it, but other people in chat argue with me that they don't think it's a gap between it. No, you're... Jonimus, please. I'm in puzzle hell right now. You're good. You think there's a gap? I think there's a gap too. I'm gapping. I'm gapping out here. I see the big gap, you know? I'm looking at it and I'm saying, a lot of space there in between those two blue tiles, you know? Okay. I'm transferring my brain. No, I'm transferring the randomizer's brain into my head. Okay, alright, here we go. Here we go. I can do this. I don't think I can do this. I'm so close. I'm so close. I'm so close to the, this gotta be the right answer. You know? You know what I mean? I don't know. That feels like that's almost something. I know it's wrong. No, the two triangle, like the shape here is wrong, right? Because the shape here is incorrect. The shaper on the bottom left is not satisfied at the moment. But like, it's closer. It's getting there. So close. Who's got the looks? Who's got the brains? Who's got everything? I've got this pain in my heart. That's all. Put the light down on the ground. No. No, if it's tilted, you can rotate it. And the tilt is pretty obvious when it's tilted. Theoretically, I could place this right now. Like take a little mental snapshot and and just place this, and that'll tell me whether or not everything else is correct, which might be a good litmus test to tell me if I'm even on the right track. You know what I mean? Yep, everything else is correct. Well, that's good. That's like a good, a genuinely good sign that this is on the right track. If everything else is satisfied, that feels like it's telling me that I've localized all the remaining problem to here. Certainly, I can rearrange some things, but I'm at a local minima. How long have I been staring at this puzzle? Too long? The right amount? I haven't really looked at the option of going out the right-hand side. This is wrong because of the starburst, otherwise it would be right. We could confirm, though. Yeah, these are not satisfied because there is a gap. That answers that question. Cool. Well, there's only two shapes I can make. So I would have to combine the blue with the T piece. And there's only two ways to combine it, right? Unless there's something else I'm not thinking of. There's only two ways to combine it. It's make a 2x6 square, or it's build a little, I don't know, a Conway ship. Oh, that confirmed no gap. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Then there's many ways to combine them. Sorry, I'm losing my mind out here. Sorry, I've been staring at this puzzle so long. I'm in the puzzle space. This is the shape I want right here. I think this shape right here does all the things I want it to. I just have to figure out how to actually draw it. Maybe I need to draw it the other direction then? Really, frankly, kind of don't want to. Having it stick out the other direction helps me. Yo. Dino Mom, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. We're here, playing The Witness Expert Rando. And, Hoofa Doofa, we've been staring at this one for a long time. If you love staring at a puzzle, just one puzzle at all times, just like looking at that puzzle and not really doing a whole lot else, you come to the right place. I don't see how to make this shape. This is a non-shape. St. Hazel's Hospital? What? Well, everyone else can see it all they want to, but I'm the guy with the mouse, and I don't see anything. Hold on a second. Let me look that up. St. Hazel's Hospital. All right, I'm gonna hold on to this bad boy for later. Nice. I ain't witnessing nothing. Ivan, did you figure it out yet, or can I click? Nice. Nice, 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 nice. You know, in the original game, it was the exact same oh, it's not the exact same puzzles. Eat my butt. Eat my butt. Eat my butt. Well, some of them are the same. I guess that would have worked, though. I could have just copied and pasted it. You know, I think you're undervaluing the joy of I think you need to learn to appreciate the fruits of your labor. You know what I'm saying? I'm not taking feedback right now. I'll never get the environmental puzzles. And you can't make me. You think I'll ever actually finish a Witness Expert Rando? Do you think there will ever be a single time in my life where I come back to it and I say, you know what, let's finish this thing? Or do you think I'm going to totally forget about this one once again? Was that not it? Oh, y'all want to hear Brian Moriarty again? I can queue him up. I got that guy on speed dial. No, come on. Be for real. Stop joking around. Have I ever played The Fool's Errand? No? Is that something else I need to look up? First computer meta puzzle, a rare blend of storytelling, playful hands-on visual, and cryptic treasure map. I'll have to check it out. Thanks for the advice. There we go. So it's a square here, a square here, the 2-piece here, the T, and the 3-piece here. Jesus. That was tough. Oh, come on! So if I'm understanding this right, they're 4 apart and I need to go up 7, so there should be 28 tiles, but there's only 2, 5, 10, 14, 18. So clearly some of this is out of the puzzle region, right? So like there's this going on. Because, like, there's just not enough tiles to make this shape if I keep all of them between it. So some of them have to be on the outside of the shape. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Nope, no sicko's geometry here. This one's a lot for my brain. This one looks like a funny little alien head. Anyway, let me focus on this one. That's true, Lexi. I could have easily just not. I could have just don't, you know? No one's forcing me. What is going on with this puzzle? I genuinely don't see how I make even a single shape here. I'm serious. I wish I were joking around about, like, I don't even know where to start. I don't know where to start. None of this makes any sense. This is all just foolishness. I can't connect the shapes. I can't connect them. They cannot be one shape. And so, I suffer. Hey, Sigma. You're to blame. This is your fault. Alright, everyone, he's here. Get his ass. Hope you're doing well today, Sigma. Which areas did I do in this run? I did, I'm sorry, my brain has melted. I did Symmetry, which is always sicko mode. Then I did all of the Quarry, and then I worked my way around to Shadows for a light aperitif, and then I did the Keep. Okay, well, if you're just gonna call me out, I don't... Come on. Hey, cut me some slack. I'm doing my best over here. And now it's been 10 years. I'm still wondering who to be. What is this shape doing? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Thanks for gifting that sub to Sigma. My audio is still all goofed up from restarting my computer, isn't it? Let's see. Okay. It's yeah, the problem is like the space of possible solutions feels so unbelievably small. What could I even be missing? That feels close. I'm so blown away by how simple this puzzle is, and also simultaneously that it has no solution. Like, you can't just make a puzzle with no solution, right? Like, that's illegal. Expert Rando doesn't make puzzles with no solution, right? I feel like I have to ask the question. I'm at a point now where I'm seriously considering that's a possibility. That doesn't mean there's a joint solution. Please don't bully me. I've had such a day. You don't even understand. I don't know how. I don't know what the algorithm is for making the most messed up puzzles imaginable, but I have to commend you. It's like war crime simulator over here. I don't. Oh, that was it. Did you miss anything? You just got here? Yeah, you missed the most messed up puzzles you've ever seen. Just an absolute mess of puzzles. What is it? It tells me that I found it. No, Sigma did this. But I already bullied Sigma once, so everyone be nice to Sigma. genuinely don't understand how shapes work in this game. They just combine their regions. So, like, this L right here is right here, and the 2 block is right here, and the T is right here. That's it. Well, they need to be inside their own shape. So, like, if this one were on the outside, then this part would have to have the right shape. They just have to be in the region somewhere. So I think this part of the shape right here is generated by... Okay, I can kind of see how this one comes together, right? It's like... It's like extra tall here. Maybe I'll be able to make more sense of it if I try it from this direction. Yeah, okay. So it's like... This is not exactly right, but I'm trying to get the basic idea of the shape down. So I know this is wrong, but I'm just trying to, like, work out the math on it first. So that leaves me with 1 tile left over. But I could do this upside down, right? I could do... Instead of it being built all the way down here, I could have it built right here. Maybe... So that's what I had before. And that's wrong. Huh. So I'm locked to my half. Does this do anything for me? If I cordon it off like that. The current conundrum I'm dealing with is this right here is 5 tiles and this makes 8. And 4, 3, and 2 don't make 8. So like there's a whole piece of math I'm not getting yet. Yeah. Does the negative space add up? 2, 3, and 4. 9. That's 8. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to add up exactly. So yeah, I guess I'm building one shape with the negative space of another. I feel like my ability to do basic arithmetic has been compromised today. This is so remarkably close for a few reasons, and it's driving me nuts that it's not correct. Like, obviously it's not correct for as many reasons, but I'm trying to figure out how to fix it. No. 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 Don't do that to me. I know I just drew the same thing. I'm just, like, considering it. I feel like I'm cursed to draw this shape 1,000 different ways until I stumble into the right answer.
Determined to go forward.
Hey, Cal. I had heard about that. I feel like there probably isn't a solution to this one. How does that answer suit you? Figure it out. What's with that one? Because Super Mario World sucks. It's because I'm a Super Mario World speedrunner formerly, and every speedrunner hates their game, I guess. That's the actual answer. Hey, get out! Hey, get out of your line! This is my space line. See the way he just came in there like he owned the place? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Some people's kids, you know? What are the rules for these puzzles? Suffer. What did you expect to see here, Sigma? Are you thinking to yourself, man, I need to up the difficulty? Because, please, I'm begging you. No. It feels like it's wanting me to do something where I've got like just like one long line or something, but I can't quite figure out what that shape would look like. That's not correct. Okay, but let me think about it for a second. Like, this is not right, but what does this mean for me if I'm going to cross over in the middle? This feels so close. Come on. Just give it to me. I've earned it. I deserve this. How do I extend to add that extra one? I feel like I remember us talking about some puzzle that you got stumped by. This feels like this has to be correct, right? Like the placement is just so perfect that it has to be right. But what the hell is going on with these two tiles on the left? What are you doing? What are you doing there, buddy? Well, nothing can be rotated. This has the right number of tiles, but this can't be rotated, so... You know when they say, get rotated, idiot? I'm the idiot. I'm the idiot they're talking about. Wait. I'm a genius. I'm the smartest man alive. I don't want you to be intimidated by the size of my brain. I want you to know that I won't condescend. I think of you as my intellectual equal within certain, orders of magnitude. I think, just because your brain doesn't work the way mine doesn't make it wrong, is what I'm trying to get at here. I always hate these. These always make me look so stupid. The puzzles with all dots, I don't know what it is. Like, if I didn't have the triangles, this would be fine. Can I switch my parity at some place? Because this triangle got too many, and the triangle up there didn't get enough. So, is there like a parity switch I can do somewhere? So that I end up getting the right number? Let's try this. It still doesn't work for down there. So how do I fix that one down there? If I do this, that's a problem. I've got 2 here. So can I add one over here somehow? Like, boom. That runs me into trouble. So let's do this. Okay, now you're just taking the piss. There we go. That's what I was missing. Come on, man. Come on, cut me some slack. Oh, come on! Unbelievable. The attitude on these shapes today. Am I right? I need to start this from the other side, I think. But now I lose my 2 there. I'll come back to solve that puzzle. Hold on. Frig. It needs to happen from the bottom, I think. Which doesn't make sense. How would I get down here? Let me view that as my exit point then. That might be the smarter play. I'm like so fixated on that being where I enter. Yeah, that many lines on the edge of the cell need to be filled. You have to start down. Down is the only direction I can start, so let's work with that. Okay. And then this. Yes, that's fine. And then this. Okay. Can't do the 3 now. Can't do the 3 now. Can't do the 3. Can't do the 3. Can't do this too. Nope. Nope, if I have to flip sides on it, I lose. I need to basically have this shape. This shape is what I'm looking for here, but that's obviously difficult because I need to start going down. That makes a dead end down there, though. And this makes a dead end as well. If I touch one of the corners of the 3, I can't do the 3. I think this has to be the end shape, right? Because the only other configuration that would work is if it's this shape right here, which leaves a dead end right above. So it has to be the other shape, I think. It's my current working theory. So how do I get to there? That's too many. I think that's my final shape. So I'm going to come in from here, loop around, down and up. So I want to enter here. Gotta start down. Otherwise I leave a dead end. It's so close. Nope, I'm leaving a dead end again. Jesus, this one's... I live in hell. What can I say? So what do I have left if that's the end of it? Ew. Why is it always erasers? Why do I have to live my entire life dealing with erasers? I'm so over them. I'm so entirely over erasers. I cannot express to you. You'll never know how much I'm done with erasers. Hello. Hello to Smite and the Smite stream. I hate erasers so much. I hate erasers so much. Every time I see a puzzle with an eraser in it, I think to myself, no thanks, I'm good. But I'm not good. I've never been better than a computer at anything, I'll tell you that much. What do I even do now? I feel like I'm out here being punished. I'm going to the swamp. The swamp would never hurt me. The swamp loves me. Which direction's the swamp? It's over this way then, right? I lose my bearings constantly in this dumb game. How many times have I played this game and I still lose my bearings in it? It's wild to me. Oh, I know. I know. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Everybody disliked that. What configuration would have the center tile with two? Do I actually have to separate? I actually have to separate it out? What? What? Oh my god. One day I'm gonna come back and actually finish one of these Sigma Randos, but every time I play one, I feel so like battered by it that I just don't. Hmm. 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 Hey, Sigma, that symbol, the one that's like the arrow with the multiple heads on it that appears on the discarded panels, was that custom or was that like something that just got unused in the base game and you just brought it back in? You can make custom mechanics? How are you not making more custom mechanics? Go sicko mode, my guy. What's Looksee? What the hell's Looksee? What the fuck? There's another rando? Is this just a web-based... I'm gonna have to check that out sometime. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I did not know that existed. Hmm. What do I do with that last dot? Can't just add it in. Can I rotate this whole thing? Not really. Not really. This is the right shape. I'm a genius. Hey, Sky, thanks for the raid. That's probably a cue for me to wrap up, too. I've been going at this for... Oh my god, no wonder my head hurts. We've been doing this for like 6 hours? What the fuck? My brain feels like it's in the spin cycle. You want the Derek audio log one more time? All right, hold on.
When we click the Start Streaming button, we prepare to have a piece of our identity extended to tens, to hundreds, to thousands of other people. We prepare for a piece of our consciousness to accompany it, and for that consciousness to interact with that of those tens, those hundreds, those thousands. And we think of those people and their experiences as so fundamentally outside our own. And we think of those that we have labeled as special. We think of the moderators. We think of the VIPs. We think of the verified partners. We think of the raiders. We think of Bob McName. And we think of the influence that we've had on them throughout the years, and the new vocabulary we've imparted upon them. Bubzette. Firm belief. A-boss. And we consider why we have decided to live in this way. Why do we spend hours attempting to complete Pears and Grey Witch when the developer did not spend hours creating it? Why do we play La Mulana when we have already beaten La Mulana? And we think of Bubsy, and we no longer think of Bubsy. And we think of the opportunities available to us that we do not take. We think of the speedrun.com pages that we have not yet conquered. We think of the Super Mario World ROM hacks that we have not played. We think of Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords, the RPG developed by Obsidian Entertainment and published by LucasArts, the sequel to the groundbreaking BioWare RPG, featuring a new companion influence system, a more complex plot, and a darker, more gray view of morality. We think of Monkey Island May. We no longer think of Monkey Island 4. And we think of the obscure games that we play. We think of losing 25 followers per hour playing Might and Magic. We think of that weird AI game with the Minecraft parody in it. We think of the replication crisis threatening the world's scientific progress. And then we remember that that's not remotely relevant to what I was just talking about. We remember all of this as our cursor hovers over the Start Streaming button. All the viewers, and the games, and the characters, and the code, and the circuits, and the electricity, and the fundamental laws of physics. And we decide, I think I'm just going to take tonight off streaming.